And I think we're good. We've got the fume extractor going, the BOFA. So just want to make sure the noise suppression's working. Here I am. Right on the dot. It's been that long since I looked at my watch. Dust it off. How are we all? That's the one I'm after. Popper. Just making the next batch of boards, finishing them off. Everything except one capacitor, which for some reason I've run out of stock on. But I'll still put them through the ultrasonic, and we'll just clean off that one cap solder connections with alcohol after the fact, so I can get them done, get them baked tonight. So the process is put them in the ultrasonic with Electrolube SWAS solution, undiluted, although seeing its effectiveness, I could probably dilute it by down to as much as 25% concentration, and it would still work fine, because the ultrasonic does the majority of the work. But it is great stuff. But it's like a detergent, so it leaves like a detergent-y sort of residue all over the board. So you rinse it off with literally just tap water. I use hot tap water. It only comes out of the tap around 45 degrees here. And then I rinse it thoroughly with tap water. Then I rinse the tap water off with a bath of distilled water or demineralized water. And then I drip dry them and then put them in literally my home oven. You turn the thermostat on till it just clicks, and then it sits. Well, I've got a thermometer in there, and it sits at about 45 to 50 degrees, and I leave it in there overnight, and that gets every last bit of moisture out of them, and they end up looking brand spankers, mate. Good morning, Mum. It's still morning, isn't it? Yes, good. I'll just show you one that we cleaned. These are the TSL ones. You're ready for testing. So just compare the two. Oop, wrong way. So you can see there, it's pretty well spotless. Across there, all the flux is gone. And that's what it looked like after assembly. All the flux everywhere. You can clean that off with alcohol, but the alcohol takes a lot of cycles of cleaning to get rid of all the residue, whereas the Electrolube stuff's great. You just flush it off with water instead of having to use flammable fluids and stuff. Alcohol's great for small areas, but for large areas, you really don't want that much flammable fluid slathering all over the place. I don't preheat the boards, no, but in the ultrasonic, when they are getting cleaned, the ultrasonic cleaner has a heater which heats the fluid to whatever temperature you set it to, and I set it to 40 degrees Celsius, which is more than adequate. So those ones are ready for testing, and once they're ready for testing, we'll stick them in stock and ready for dispatch. Might have noticed I've gone with a nice sexy black color instead of the green boards from last time. I think the cost difference was negligible. It looks a bit more badass than it. You like the logo? I had to change it to like monochrome for the silk screen. So some of the colors and stuff I had to sort of invert to make it have contrast and still be readable, and a stupid head there. I wasn't going to make the outline white because then I might be accused of like trying to look black or something. I don't know. Look at my skin, man. I'm white as. So the last thing I do to these is put the semiconductors on. Well, the FETs anyway. So I'll put the Zener and the 1N914 and the transistors on as the last thing, and I make sure I do it on the anti-static mat, because all the other assembly's just done on the melamine where it doesn't matter. So on to the next one. So I've got a lot of these in stock now. We've sold a lot. A few people were complaining about the price, but they're still selling, so whatever. If they stop selling, I might be like, oh yeah, maybe I've got to drop the price, but... I just want to have some good stock of these so I can just forget about them for a while and just have them in stock ready to ship. And not worry about building any more for a little while. I did drop the price a bit by $50 a board because the first batch of like 10 or 20 or whatever it was sort of like a bit of a tester batch just to see like how the pricing is, what the sort of time investment is per board, if I've got the pricing right. And because I was only ordering in like 10, 20 batches, you don't get a hell of a lot of discount in like economy of scale. But when you do big orders and you started selling a few, so you're starting to see a little bit of return on investment, I was able to drop the pricing a little bit because we're getting some better discounts on the bulk orders. And the more we ship, the better the shipping cost gets too. So we get some small discounts from the Australia Post as we start using them more, essentially. What's the man hours per board? It's hard to say because we're doing large batches and Michelle's helping as well. Michelle's assembling the next batch of 50-watt DSL50 boards over there. It's probably like, yeah, probably, once it's all said and done, probably like 3 hours a board, I guess. Something like that. The BOFA over there doing nothing. There's probably quicker ways to do it, like you could get them wave soldered or get them assembled elsewhere. But the thing is, like, even the ones that I assembled, some people were like, oh, the soldering's not good enough and this and that. And I'm like, well, the lead-free solder always looks milky when you use it. It doesn't matter what the conditions are. When it sets, it sort of crystallizes differently to leaded solder. So I think a lot of people weren't used to seeing that, and they assumed it was a cold solder joint, but it's not. Just the way lead-free solder looks, and I have to use lead-free because I'm shipping to the EU. 1 or 2 boards you might get away with, but I don't want any potential complications with shipping or customs. I just want everything to go smoothly, so I used lead-free on purpose, but it was also a good experiment just to see what lead-free was like. And I've got to say I'm pleasantly surprised. If I build my own amps in the future, I think I'll be going lead-free. There's nothing wrong with it. It's got a bad reputation because so many companies use really shitty lead-free solder. Because if you use the good stuff, you don't have any problems at all. It flows really beautifully. You can reflow it without any problems. Doesn't go crusty, doesn't go hard and gross. So yeah, I think a lot of the issues are from Chinese or, you know, whatever manufacturer where they're using the lowest quality solder available, whereas this stuff's $130 a roll. So it's good stuff. I was going to take over from Michelle doing the boards on the other bench, but she got a bit upset when I suggested that because I think she wants to finish them off. SX100, the neighbour of the beast. Mark, how you going? Josh? Paul, good to see you, mate. Goldacre. The Maestro. Got Mum here, keeping an eye on me. Victor, Malaho. Mahalo, I mean. Malaho. Mahalo. Saying shit back to front. Hey, Chris, how you going, man? Enjoying the weekend in California. What, you don't live in California? You're there on holidays? I'm trying to go about maybe streaming. Well, I don't know what happened there. OBS just crashed. You still got me? You got me back again? Just give us a thumbs up if it's working, champions. PC, there you going? OBS just had an encoding error and froze up. Just had to shut it down and restart it. Bloody thing. Mad Techie. I did show on one of my live streams where I was doing the 4K test. This little Prezi. Ted. You hear Ted? He's never here when I want to show it. No, I'll wait to see if Ted pops up. You going alright, mate? Just like I say, trying to get these boards done and out of the way. We'll see. It looks like my audio settings might have changed when it crashed. Let's see what it sounds like. Testing. Hey, yeah, yeah. Hey, yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine. I'll just lower that BOFA a bit. Maybe that's a bit more acceptable. $34. How come people in London struggle so much when it's like not even 40 degrees? Is it just because you aren't used to it, or you don't have aircon, or what? I guess you wouldn't have aircon, yeah? Always wondered that. As we hear, oh, it's a heat wave in Europe, 32°C. What the fuck? That's just a nice day here. There's one time I think I live streamed during it. I think it was the year before last, when it was 47 degrees Celsius here. Penrith, New South Wales, basically in your plains, was the hottest place on planet Earth that day. I think it reached like 47.5 in the shade or something fucking ridiculous. Like the glass on the front of the shop felt hot to the touch. But it was a dry heat. A little bit pale on this overhead cam. I don't think I've done the white balance since I put it up. Boom. Alright, white balance. Bang. I like the GH5. It's got all the buttons right there. That looks a bit better. I don't look so ghostly now. Yeah, 34C with humidity can be a bit full on, but I enjoy it. I like humidity. I don't know why. I'm a masochist, I guess. I could live up north, no problems. Let me take these earphones out. They're kind of annoying me. I was using them to monitor, see what the audio's like. See you, Mariv. I guess that's how you say it. Hey, Brad, I love the channel. I'm having issues finding a good lead-free solder. Can you recommend a good brand we can get here in North America? I'd like to switch away from lead. Yes, so it's, I'll give you the link to the product. 1 second. Electrolube, lead-free, silver, C511. Solder wire, no clean. What's the diameter? Doesn't say. Oh yeah, 0.7. So here is the... Okay, so it's 99.3% tin, 0.7%. No, sorry. 99.3% tin, 0.7% silver. No, hang on. I don't think that's the right one. Solder wire. Let me just look at the one I purchased last time. Hang on. I'm after a part number if I can find one. Login. Yes. I just want to make sure I got the right one. Thought I put it in the video description, but maybe not. Alright, so I'm going to give you an Australian link, but you can find the product from there off the description. It's about as good as I can do for you right now. Oh, it's logged me out of Google. That's what's happened. Stupid fucking OBS. Always does dumb shit. And while we're at it, this is the stuff I use in the ultrasonic. So there you go. Nigel asks, I know the boards are primarily to solve bias drift issues, but is there any notable improvement on the sound of the amp due use of high quality components. From people's reports there is, it's kind of subjective. Like I haven't measured using my goodness meter, but there's lower noise. I'm hearing there's lower noise. I'm hearing that it sounds a bit smoother off people. They're saying using terms like brittle and stuff, so I'm a bit cautious to say, yeah, it does this, it does that better. But the use of, because I think Marshall used pretty much metal film on every resistor, and some of them pretty close to their rating. So pretty much everything was 1/4 watt. So using the 1/2 watt there, carbon film, does make a bit of a difference. A little bit, I guess you could say, smoother. The layout is the big one. There is the quality components. We're talking lifespan improvements using like 8,000 hour caps and stuff. Weimer caps, really good quality film. And wherever I've used a ceramic, I've used a Vichy ceramite, including in the power supply decoupling. You know, you got those little ones down there riding next to the 10 microfarad local filtering. But the biggest difference is the layout, champions. I've moved stuff away from other stuff that can possibly oscillate. You've got your big fat heater traces up there, way away from everything, and they're absolutely mirrored on both sides. So that not only will they have a capacitance between them to filter out any noise coming back from the transformer, but they'll also have a massive current capability because of the big fat trace there. So that's the two heater traces. On the original one, the heater traces ran out the middle. So moving them way off to the side has lowered any potential hum issues. And yeah. Besides that, a lot of it's more reliability focused, as well as lifting all the parts off the board, lifting the diodes off the board too, to just allow a bit of airflow for them. Getting rid of that stupid cap that was riding on the heater over there. There's no need for that. G'day legend, a friend of mine bought a clone of a diesel VH4-2 pedal, Demon Effects, plugged in a 12 volt adapter with the wrong polarity. Any idea what would have blown and if it can be fixed? I don't know what the input circuitry is on that, if it's got any protection. If it doesn't have protection, you might have blown up the op amps. Assuming it just runs on op amps. I don't know anything about that pedal. Generally, they'll have a, if it's a good design, they'll have a polarity protection diode and a resistor in series that acts like a fuse. So you probably just have to replace either that diode or the resistor or both, and you might be back in the game. But without knowing exactly what the power input circuitry looks like, and if it's a 12 volt adapter, so yeah, I'm assuming it's 12 volt DC, otherwise it wouldn't matter if you plugged it in back to front, it will work anyway. Alright, on to the next. Every time I see Burn Back Time's name, I get Turn Back Time in my head from Cher. Turn back time. She sounds like Kermit the Frog a little bit, eh? I don't know the words. It's a pretty good song, though. I miss all those massive choruses. When songs were songs. And sheep were scared. What happened to the art of a chorus, champions? Everything's just so just homogenized. All the pop music these days is just like a fucking hot dog of pink ooze. It's been shaped into a song-like object. It's only going to get fucking worse with AI too, isn't it? Enjoy your slop, proles. I just like the video. Yeah, she was pretty good in that video, eh? It was pretty racy for the time. Pretty fucking tame by today's standards, but... I heard that the Navy crew that were in that video, like, didn't really know what they were doing. They were just given orders to do this and that, and then they rock up and there's a whole lighting and sound rig and share running around the place, and they're just like, holy fuck. They weren't even told what to expect. They were just given orders to go up to the deck, up to the poop deck. Yeah, it's a welding thing, isn't it? Burn back time. Yes. Yes. Huh? Hang on. Yeah.
Is there 3 different types? Is that what I'm looking for?
Yeah. So see the number in there? So you got B7B. That's a 7-pin one. B2B is the 2-pin one. And B3B is a 3-pin one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because look at their position. So con 10, con 14, con 10 down there, 3 position. Con 14 over there, 3 position.
Yeah.
That's just about matching the positions. These ones here are the spade connectors. 1 to 14. Yeah, you do them after the after those ones because they're taller. So you should just be able to put them all in. We'll have to hold that because it might be a bit bowed. Have to hold that sort of there and there as you flip it over, and just make sure they're all seated. But like I was saying, just be as quick as you can with the heat. Some of the other ones I had to replace because the pins were a bit rotated or skew-if. It's alright. Fuck, it's not like you've been in production for 20 years. The first go. That's why I'm checking over them. It's fine. So see how it's got the sort of break in it. So it shows the wall. So see the walls at the back. So they go in like that.
Okay.
Just sort of how it looks on the silk screen. Right, we've got to think of a name for Burn Back Time. I've got to look at his channel to figure out what his story is. Has he got any content? He's not one of these silly buggers with no content, is he? Channel, go to channel. You're in the spotlight, Burn Back Time. Oh, he's got some info. He's got some videos. I'm assuming it's a he. We've got a synergy module tone test and another synergy module demo. Don't know, man. Tell us what you're into. Mind if we watch one of your videos? Is that alright, or are you going to copyright strike me? Let's see. There you go. You can copyright strike me now. Do the latest. I think that was it. So I noticed Ignite amps there. Ignite amps. That's my mate Carlo. My Italian stallion. Fucking legend. So he does the actual hardware versions of the Ignite amps plugins, which is crazy. They're like a backwards sort of to most companies. Most companies will have a hardware amp, and then they'll do a software version of it. But Carlo is tasked with turning their plugins into an actual amp, which is fucking awesome. So he does the hardware versions, the actual valve amps. Carlo! I got to answer him actually. He sent me a message last night. I haven't had a chance to respond. It's only 5 seconds, mate. I can give you a bit bigger feature if I'll have a look at your channel and have a geeze. Yeah, it sounds good. It's got a nice chunky mid-range to it. It's not scooped. I'm so sick of scoop tone, man. It's not 1998 anymore. It doesn't exist. And even if it does exist, don't populate it, because yeah, that's on the triple channel versions. There's a position for it, but it's not used on any amps. It was a diagnostic connector, I believe. Yeah, man. On the next version, I'm just going to remove the footprint, but it's not on the DSL ones at all. Have you got the 2-channel one? It's got Con 16 on there. Oh, I just didn't fix the spreadsheet. Bro. Don't bro me, woman. Where was I? You distracted me. Whatever. Can't work under these conditions. Alright, second last board, oh no, third last board champions. They can go in the cleaning queue. Only clean 2 boards at once with the ultrasonic, but it's alright. Better than one, or none. The ultrasonic's got the biggest workout since I got it. I should have got one decades ago. If I could burn back time. What's your most hated welder? Burn back time? Maybe name your channel after something snarky to do with your most hated welding brand. Welder brand. Isn't it like Lincoln's the shit one? And Miller's the good one? Is that correct? Like Lincoln for drinking? No. No, Miller for drinking. Lincoln for something. I don't know. Because Miller's the name of a beer. Pretty shit beer from what I gather, but... yeah, post what you got, man. Go punk rock. You got to post everything. Just flood the internet with your creations. Don't worry about the quality and shit. Like, make it acceptable. Don't make it terrible. Don't have like fucking blurry ass fingerprints all over your camera lens when you shoot. I hate people that do that. Well, I don't hate them. That's a strong word. I strongly dislike their content. One of my mates does that. He posts all these guitar playing videos with this like semen coated fucking camera lens. Like, dude, clean your fucking camera lens for fuck's sake, please. I can't watch it. And the audio quality is terrible, and he wonders why no one watches his video. It's like, it's painful to watch. He thinks it's a joke. He thinks I'm being pedantic about his video quality sucking, and then wonders why no one watches his videos. It's like, well, that's why. Like, how many times I've got to tell you? And if you're watching, I don't care. Fix it. You know who you are. I love you to bits, but fix your fucking camera. I mean, you can get like a Lumix GM1 for like 200, 300 bucks, right? One of them, a half decent lens, like even one of the kit lenses that comes with a micro four thirds camera would work. You can get them for nothing, like nothing. There's no excuses anymore. Everything's so cheap. But even your phone, it's more than adequate. But you just got to clean the thing and have some decent lighting and plug it into an audio interface instead of the inbuilt mic. But even the inbuilt mic, because a lot of the modern phones have limiters built in. Have you ever noticed, like, when you used to do gig footage, say you filmed like 5 minutes at a gig or something, or two minutes at a gig, the audio used to be clipped, like unaudible, like it was the bass would wash everything out. It was just like, and now it sounds like natural, like you were there, because they've got built-in limiters now. So you can probably like just literally put your phone on a stand right next to the fucking speaker cabinet and get a half decent sound. I might try that. That'd be a good idea for a video. Close miking a cab with nothing more than a phone. Got a few ideas for video in the can, but what I'm doing at the moment is just head down, arse up, getting work done. I'm trying to catch up to the point where I can actually go back to some fun projects in coming months. When the weather starts warming up, winter, I just like to work. Just head down, arse up, no fun, just get work done. So then, when the weather starts warming up, I can actually go back to enjoying life and not have a backlog of like 300 jobs and 200 projects. Any recommended reading for tube amp repair? Yes, but every time I recommend that to someone, I get the feeling they don't follow my advice. So, do you really want reading, or do you just want to do a fun dopamine project? Do you want to learn electronics theory, or do you just want to learn how to make amps go brr? So there is the Valve Wizard. Yes, the Valve Wizard is probably a good step, but it doesn't go into basic theory of electronics. So it assumes you know a lot of stuff, which could probably trip some people up quite a bit. Things like just basic electronics theory, circuit equivalence, that kind of thing. It touches on it, but it's super light. It doesn't really give you any exercises to reinforce that knowledge. So Merlin's books kind of assume that you've got either no interest in theory or like deep theory, or you already know a fair bit of it. But they are fantastic books. Don't get me wrong, they're the best ones out there. They're literally the best books. The Weber stuff I've heard mixed reviews about. Some of them have misleading information in there. I haven't personally read them, but I'm going off blokes I can trust in their opinion. Whereas Merlin stuff, like Merlin has had some inaccuracies in previous versions, and he's been very open and embarrassed about it. So he actually like pulled those editions and literally chose to make no money until he finished the newer edition with all those corrections. So you can tell that he's His heart's in the right place. He cares about people getting accurate information rather than making a profit first and foremost. Like his power supply book, he pulled off the shelves because it had some stuff that can be taken both ways. According to him, this is not me saying it. This is him saying why he pulled those versions. And I respect that. If you get something wrong, instead of doubling down and being indignant or whatever about it, fucking learn from it, fix it, and move on. So many people, particularly in the tech field, just cannot admit when they're wrong. Or, you know, could be a bit more accurate about something or whatever. I'm wrong all the fucking time. Half the time I don't even know what I'm talking about. That's why this isn't a tutorial or learning channel. It's a place to come and talk shit. Oh, I didn't give you a like. Shit, sorry. Just realised. Too distracted, sorry. Alright, that's the last one. So I'll just take the tape off the Novel sockets, because these are sockets meant for wave soldering. So they put these little masking, it's just masking tape in a circle. They put them on there so they don't get flooded with flux and solder into the actual socket during the wave soldering process. But since we're not wave soldering, we can take them off now. Then if there is any manufacturing residue on the contacts, it'll get taken off in the ultrasonic. And since we are baking these, I don't really want to expose the tape to, well, I guess it's made for wave soldering, so it'll probably be fine, but done any more work to the Falco? No, not yet. I was going to do that tomorrow, actually, because I've got Mondays. I'm closed Mondays, and since I'm working on a Sunday, I was working all day yesterday, I think I've earned myself a day in the garage. What do you reckon? I was wrong when I got hit with 400 volts DC the other day. I swear I drained those caps while I'm still here. It was just a little tingle. Yeah, 400 volts can kill people. Can. In my opinion, it's pretty unlikely unless you've got a heart condition and the current flows directly through your chest. But it hurts your pride and your ego more than your body. Every time I have shocked myself, I've been pretty disappointed with myself. It usually happens with preamps because a lot of the time the amps like the valve state stuff, which has a voltage multiplier. Sometimes I don't put resistors across the caps to drain them, so if you open them up reasonably soon after, or remove the PCB reasonably soon after operating it, you can have like little 350 volt caps charged to 200 or 300 volts. Not a lot of power behind it, but enough to bruise your ego, like those Ashdown amps, the bass amps, the Mag series. I don't think they've got resistors to drain the caps, so they stay charged for a pretty long time. Plus, they've also got two oppositely charged heat sinks on the output stage right next to each other that you can easily touch and cop 180 volts, I think, between them. Plus minus 90 volts from memory. So yeah, Merlin's books. If you're talking general electronics, Art of Electronics is a good one, as well as its learning manual, student manual, I should say. I don't think that they're optional. You should just have them. And if you're talking solid state stuff, or not even solid state stuff, but just understanding, because you're going to have to deal with solid state circuitry, whether it's in a valve amp that's got a solid state reverb or effects loop, solid state front end, pedals, fixing pedals. You're going to have to learn about solid state stuff at some point, whether you like it or not. So, Douglas Self, Small Signal Audio Design is a fantastic book. This is all off the top of my head. If you're going to go into solid state power amplifiers, like fixing PA amps and bass amplifiers, which I think you kind of need to if you're getting into this trade, unless you're hyper specialized and you've got a very large lucrative market for the valve stuff only, which is hard to get without having a reputation for a long time. Blokes like, you know, Dave Friedman, Lyle, Caldwell, not Kyle. Those guys have enough business because their reputation precedes them for valve only stuff. They can be very exclusive about what they take in. But if you're starting out, you kind of can't be picky. You've got to learn how to fix fucking everything. In that case, I'd get Bob Cordell's book, Power Amplifier Design, I think it's called. It's fantastic for learning what parts are what in a power amplifier. There is another one. I can't remember the author though. Might have been another Douglas Self, I think, because the cover did look similar. Alright, let's do the first batch in the ultrasonic. Can I do that with my phone, maybe? Single-handed? Droid cam. There we go. It's Michelle working away. How are we looking? Just got the Hakko. I got the BOFA. I stole the BOFA because I was doing the valve sockets. A lot of solder involved in them. Alright, where the magic happens. Now, I'm going to turn it on. I'm going to preheat it. It's at 17 degrees. The ultrasonic actually heats it up too, so let's do the first batch cold. And we'll see how she do. She ain't the cleanest, but you get plenty of uses out of this. Turn the other one over the other way. So that you interlock them. Alright, happy days. Got a bit on my finger. It's kind of gross. Wash that off. Hello. And the beautiful sound of the ultrasonic. Alright, did you hear me that whole time? Audio? Yep, sweet. Stop. Brad's preheating his boards. Why do you keep saying that? Who said that? I'm not preheating anything. What do you mean? Oh, hang on. The chat fucked up. It took me back up to where you said that earlier. What the hell? Sorry, I'm dealing with OBS being a piece of shit. My wife was like, "Did you just shock yourself?" I was like, "Nope, just drain the caps." Yeah, never admit you're wrong. Ooh. You actually have something you're proud of that you did recently. Think Mastodon meets Jimmy Borg. Yeah, Jesus. That sounds like fun. Alright, what am I going to do next? I'll put these away because Shell's not ready for me to do the semiconductors yet. I am joking with you. Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on. You can say anything at the moment because I'm a bit distracted. I'm actually focused. When I'm distracted on YouTube, that means I'm focused in real life. You like my new t-shirt, by the way? Went into the city the other day, and I went to say Empire Records. Went to Utopia Records. It's a massive metal and heavy music record store. It's fucking awesome. If you're ever in Sydney, look up Utopia Records. Or if you're overseas, jump online and use their online store and buy something to support them. I've been around since I was a friggin' newt. Moved around city a bunch, but can't you put semiconductors in the ultrasonic? Yeah, I just don't. Shell hasn't got an anti-static set up over there where she's assembling them. She's just working on the melamine. And it is only like 49% humidity today, so static could be an issue, particularly with that chair she uses. It likes to build up static charge. So I just put the semiconductors on last thing on this mat over here. Once they're in circuit, it's not the end of the world because there is like some degree of connection between all their pins. But when you're installing them and you're handling them, that's when a lot of the shit happens. I shipped them in that that pink bubble wrap, and that is static dissipative. This stuff here, it's actually sold as static dissipative, so it's got some additive to the plastic which makes it not build up a charge. It's not conductive, but it doesn't build up a charge. It doesn't stick to you when you unwrap it and stuff. So that's why the inner wrap when I ship them is the this stuff, and then I'll put some of the normal stuff on the outside or paper. I think for the next batch I'll get that stuff that DigiKey sends out, the paper, scrunched up paper stuff, because I don't like putting more plastic into the world. Some of us have got to worry about the planet since the fucking governments don't. Oh well, while we're waiting for them to ultrasonic and Shell to do the next batch, which will get done today, I might move on to a repair, eh? So turn off the BOFA for a bit. Getting a bit sick of that. So there was... Just check something. All right. Blank workbench champions. It's like an empty slate. The world is our oyster. How's the framing? Looking good there, about there, yeah? Okay. So, I'm going to try something that I don't think my computer will like, but we'll try it anyway. Panny boy. Come on, champ. Oh, come on, man. Doesn't like focusing on a friggin' solid object. Look at that. Oh, I'm going to start recording. We'll see if it crashes. Start recording. No drop frames yet. Alright, looks like we might be stable. I'll just shut. We'll see if it goes with Firefox running in the background. I'll shut the File Explorer though. Alright, I think we might be good. Alright, so cut here. Oh, g'day champions. Today we've got the world's hardest to read front panel of any device. Mirror and black. We've got an SWR base 350. It's professional bass amplifier. So she's dead. Let's find out why. If I could burn with time. Might stop the recording there for a second. I'll just do a bunch of clips and edit them together so we're not smashing the computer. Bit easier than doing a dedicated video, you know, just record little segments of a live stream. Two birds with one stone kind of deal. Now I've got to admit, I didn't know this. SWR, handmade by SWR Sound Corporation in Sun Valley, California. And on the sticker, you know, the inspirational sticker, feeling is believing. Feeling is believing. Oh, it says it twice. I'm an idiot. Never mind. Carry on. Feeling is believing. Okay. Always makes me cringe a little bit when companies try that inspirational sort of stuff. Like their little amp that's built as cheaply as possible is some kind of deity to be admired. Believing is feeling. Oh, hang on. I've got some screws on the front panel too. It's got a down-folded lip on the front. Just got some screws through the faceplate, which is good because that stiffens it up in this area. Feels like a pretty solid amp for a smallish amp. All right, and we're in. So before we go too far, I don't know if you can make that out there. It's not the most friendly front panel design, but you've got an active and a passive slash active input. Again, you've got a clipping LED, aural enhancer. So I guess, I don't know, but maybe that's like a compressor and maybe like an EQ scoop, like a notch bass, and you've got an adjustable mid-range. So I guess you could say semi-parametric mid-range. It adjusts between 200 and 800 Hertz. That's a surprisingly powerful feature to have. If it had the Q control too, that'd be even better. And you've got your treble, which would be like your outer shelving. So you've got bass and treble shelving, and then adjustable mid-range, which is pretty good. You can really dial in some unique characters with those two controls there for the adjustable mid-range. You got effects blend, so you can go 100%, I guess, for like full-on serial FX loop or dry or somewhere between, and your master volume. Now it does have a limiter which you can pull to turn off. So by default it appears to be on. I'll confirm all that though. And that is kind of cool. If that's got a compressor in the front end, if that's what the aural enhancer is, I'm not sure what it is. I'd have to have a look at the schematic and see what it's actually doing. And a limiter on the output, that would make for probably the two biggest things I could ask for in a bass amp that are often omitted. So let's have a look at the rear panel. very basic 3 AG fuse. It's rated at 4 amps, which sounds about right for the amount of power we're expecting out of this, and it is indeed a 4 amp. However, there's no report on the fuse whether it's fast or slow blow, but it is intact by the looks of it. We'll just check with the meter. Alright, tangent time. So I got these new leads from Pomona. Pomona make really good stuff. Not cheap, but good. And I wanted something with silicon leads because I get really sick of the PVC leads, remembering their, you know, shipped condition of being wound up or like bunched up, and they always seem to go back to that. And you can leave them in the sun and heat them up and stuff, and they might go okay for a bit, but they're always trying to fight you when you're moving around on the bench. Whereas silicon just flops down where whatever way you put it, it's got no memory, so it's great. A little bit like me. So these have piggyback banana leads, which aren't great from a safety perspective. I'd like to see a sheathed connector. Now, when I say sheathed, I mean like this. So the actual banana's down in the end there, and if you pull it out, there's much less chance of you coming in contact with it. Having said that, I'm using these as test probes. I don't generally use, they do provide some alligator clips that you can screw onto the end of them. If you remove the, oh no, they just push onto the end of them. Often they've got a thread. But yeah, I'm just using these as test leads, so they're not going to be permanently fixed up to anything. So when I'm not testing, I'm changing the connectors. They're not going to be connected to anything. So these were my previous leads, and they are Mule or something or other. I can't remember the model number, but they're about as forgiving as PVC get. Like, they are pretty good, but they still sort of fight you, and if you try to lean them on the desk, they fall off onto the ground. They don't sort of grip to anything. They sort of hold their shape, which can be a bit annoying on the bench. I sort of like something that just drapes down, and you can grab it whenever you need it. And it doesn't catch anything on the bench as you're moving it around, you know? And that's what these are like. You can sit them there, sit the probes there. They don't try and fall off the bench. And they are rubberized, so they've got a bit of grip to them, so they do sort of semi-grip to the bench as well. When you got these leads, they are great leads, the Mueller stuff, but you sit them there, they sort of eventually find their way down and fall off the bench like that. Just because the PVC leads are sort of remembering the shape that they had, and they tend to do that, whereas the silicon stuff doesn't. It sort of drapes nicely over the edge. Panny boy. So here's the accessories you get with it. You get these nice little extension leads, which are handy. They've got just the very tip exposed. So you've got less of a chance of shorting other stuff out while you're working, and they've got a nice little needle fine point tip there, so you can test surface mount stuff and whatever. Nice and accurate. And as I said, you do get these alligator clips as well. These tend to be a bit more for like your electrical trades and stuff, a bit too chunky and cumbersome for the small stuff we work on. But, you know, good to have if you are doing like automotive electronics or you know, HVAC or general electrician work. That'd be very handy. So there's the part number. I think they're actually really good quality lead, and I don't mind paying a bit extra if it's what it says on the box and if it's a joy to use. So hopefully we get many years out of them. Now, the reason I had to get some new leads is because I actually was testing an amp and I thought I'd take advantage of this screw thread here. So to get a nice grounding point on an amp, I think that's an M4 thread. I threaded it into an amplifier and it fit nicely. And then I went to reach to grab something and I just knocked it like that and it just snapped the probe clean off right at the base there. So I won't be doing that again. So if I do use a probe or a alligator clip or whatever, I'll be connecting it to the chassis out of the way where I don't reach over to grab a tool and easily snap it off. But you learn the hard way. Or at least I do anyway. Don't know about the rest of you blokes. Alrighty then. So, our latest batch is finished. Let's go check on it. Switch camera. No. There we go. So the water's sitting at 24 degrees now. Chips are done. Just have a quick inspection, make sure all the flux is gone. You can see it's all milky if it's still there. And we're looking good. And we're looking good. So I'll just take them into the kitchen, clean them in a larger sink. Grab the next two boards. This cleaner does have anti-corrosive additives. Be good if there wasn't coffee cups in there. Bear with me. One second, champion. Sorry, I'm just cleaning the sink before I put the boards in to rinse. Like I said, I just want to get all these boards back and baking overnight. So when those final caps come in next week, I can, or this week, Sunday, isn't it? I can chuck that last cap in, and then they'll be ready for testing too. So we'll have a big testing session. And get some bloody amps ready for dispatch, mates. Let's get some hot water happening. Warm water. Grab the next two boards, and in they go. Such a beautiful sound. So if you're going to ultrasonically clean boards, you've got to be 100% sure that all the components on the board are hermetically sealed. So it might require removal of some things like switches, pots, relays. The one relay on these boards that I've installed is hermetically sealed, so it's suitable for immersion and ultrasonic cleaning. Because this is how they do it. This is how the big boys do it. Similar process. Testing the water temp there. Like I said, I'm going to take these home and clean them in a container with demineralized water or distilled water, which is actually one step further than just demineralized. And that rinses off all the tap water, because the tap water itself does have some minerals and stuff in it as well that you don't want evaporating on the board. So it's a process of just, yeah, diminishing returns as you re-rinse and re-rinse and re-rinse it. Eventually the concentration of any minerals on the surface of the board reduces to near zero. That's the plan. Seems a bit wrong exposing PCB assembly to just like straight up water, but you got to remember pure water is actually a really good insulator. It's the impurities in it that cause problems. And once we've done all that, multi-step process, there's quite a bit to it. Once we've done all that, we've got to silicon all the large components to each other. So I've intentionally put the large components right next to each other. So that when you silicon them together, it removes any movement, any vibration, damps the vibration, and it's like a big, that's like a big 6-leaded component now. It just stops any vibration of the tall parts, even stuff like the caps up here, just a tiny dab. And there you go. See, I've done them in pairs, just so you can get the silicon in there. And all the smaller components you don't have to worry about, because they're small enough mass that they don't resonate meaningfully. Right, where were we? Oh shit, I just recorded all that. Whoops.
Are these the W's?
Yep.
What do I have to do now with these?
What's that?
How don't know what I need to do with these. I need to twist them.
You need to get a flat blade screwdriver and fold the leads over, which I think you did last time, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's like, just hold one in and sort of go like that. They sort of stay in.
And then do I
And
solder?
then flip them out. Just do them all and then flip them over. Try and check each one's relatively straight before you solder it though. Yeah, I know, it's tricky. You were looking at a faucet in a restroom because I was cleaning stuff. Sorry, Sergeant Grinch. Faucinating. Reverse osmosis water without any added minerals for taste is exceptionally pure water, especially where the tap water is really, really good. So reverse osmosis is, I think, how they make, isn't that how they make demineralized water? Yeah, you never loan tools to anyone, Seth. I don't care what anyone says. If you're willing to take the job on, you're willing to buy the tools to do it. I don't lend the tools to even my closest friends anymore. Get your own fucking tools. Thanks for the lead-free link. No worries, mate. Like I said, it's expensive stuff, but it is definitely worth some money. I'm your guinea pig, and I can confirm it is fantastic solder. How's my battery doing on Penny Boy? Not fantastic. It's probably going to die soon. Alright, so just checking the fuses. We've got the mains fuse, 3AG, so that's the size, the form factor of the fuse. 4 amps low blow written on the sticker. It says 4 amp, but not necessarily fast or slow blow, but let's just check continuity. And we're good. We've got a speaker fuse too. These don't do a lot, don't offer a lot of protection. By the time they blow, your speaker's probably fucked anyway. But it's sort of an old school protection thing. It's still got continuity. Doesn't say what... Oh yeah, 10 amp fuse. So if you had DC offset or something caused by failure of the output stage, that's not really going to protect your speaker or your amp. It's just going to be... but I don't know why they even use them, to be honest. They don't do a hell of a lot. Much more complex protection schemes are required. So, this one's come in with issues. I can't remember what the issues are off the top of my head because it was brought in so long ago. And the customer basically had a couple of different things and decided he'll just sell this one to me as is for, I don't know, 200 bucks credit or something on the other ones. Basil, how you going? Basil! So we've got a valve front end. Maybe not front end. We've got two chips down there. I'd have to trace it out to determine exactly what's going where. Got a nice belt and socket. That's good to see. Got a valve there with no discernible markings at all. So it may be the OEM one where they just don't bother printing on it. We'll have to just go with the flow on that one for the moment. See how she performs. Now we've got two filter caps here, 100 microfarad, 250 volts, and they are starting to bulge. That one's starting to bulge more than that one. You can probably make out the light the reflection on there. So we'll have to replace them and check that their voltage rating isn't too close, because that may be the reason for the debulging. Of course, being right next to a heatsink doesn't help either, so they may just be at the end of their lifespan. They are 105C rated, however. So the overall architecture of this amp, you've got your print. What?
Is there no W8?
Why do you wait till I start talking to say something?
It just happenstance.
There is no W8. If it's not on the list, there's no W8.
Well, it says W1 to 1 to 14. However, I can't find W8.
I don't think there is a W8. I think there used to be a W8 in some revisions when we removed it, because it was a grounding thing on early revisions where there was a wire up each end, whereas on later revisions there was 2 wires up on the preamp end. Okay, we'll cross it out. Here's the red pen. Where is it? Red pen? Gas cow. There you go. Legend. So where was I before Michelle interrupted? So we've got a preamp board. We've got the power supply filtering on that board. We've got a separate board vertical down the back for the power amplifier. We've got a rather large heat sink with a fan shooting sideways. How's the lid look on that? Okay, yeah, so we've got, oh, hello. A clue! We've got a massive shit stain on the lid. I'm glad I looked at that before trying to power it up. So, yeah, something dramatic's happened, and it looks like right above the power amplifier end. But yeah, main reason I was having a look, so it draws the air through here. A bit of a weird setup with the airflow. The vent's sort of in line with the fan, sort of fighting itself. So probably not the most efficient airflow, but it is shooting at a side vent, so that's something it's got going for it. I'd like to see the fan over this side, maybe. Maybe like a bit of a duct to direct the air. I don't know. It's really should probably have the speaker connectors over here somewhere and the vent on this side of the fan, I reckon. But hey, who am I? I'm not an international now defunct amplifier company. So we'll inspect that shit stain on the lid and its origin soon, but just looking at the rest of the amp, we've got a secondary, well, I should say primary, another primary fuse in parallel with this one. Now, I like this idea because this means if someone plays silly buggers and puts like a 20 amp fuse in the mains instead of the 4 amp rated one, the next thing to blow is the next weakest link. So this is sort of like, this is assuming that musicians are idiots, basically. And that they will wrap the fuses with foil and do all sorts of silly shit that will cause their amp to go on fire instead of protect it. Now down there we've got our favourite Weemer or reefer caps that love to flame up and go on fire. That's the suppression cap directly across the mains. However, there is no evident crazing in the package of that. What normally happens is this plastic likes to degrade and crack, allowing a bit of moisture in, and then well, that reduces its dielectric properties, and eventually the thing goes up in a cloud of smoke very dramatically. You often get, like, particularly the Bogner amps where they use the reefer caps, and a big cloud of smoke comes out of the things, but often the only thing that's been damaged is the cap itself, and you can just replace it with a more recent, higher quality model. However, down there you can see that this cap was designed to be a circuit board mounted cap, and they've just tack soldered the friggin' mains to it, which is not good, and I will be addressing that because that is super unsafe. Not a proper way that you attach any component, let alone a main suppression cap across the mains. Down here we've got what look like two heater balance resistors, 100 ohm. That's good to the ground connection. It's nice to see. Often they leave that out. A lot of the soldering down here looks like it's from the factory, but it is pretty shitty. Often in these amps they use like way too thick wire on the speaker outlets, when there's really no reason to use like 14 gauge wire inside an amp that's only going like 3 inches or something. And as a result, they can't get it through the eyelets of any of the components, so they just tack solder stuff and overheat it and melt the insulation and all sorts of stuff, so we'll sort that out. I'm starting to think maybe I should have done a handheld video with the Sony boy instead of the Penny boy. And down here you can see we've got some evidence of rework. Someone's melted the standoff there, the nylon standoff, with their soldering iron, and done a pretty shitty job of soldering a replacement fan in here. And you've got the fan wires down there, almost, well, actually touching the fan blades. Yeah, so that's cool. We'll have to address that and reroute that wiring. It's going through the actual hole of the frame there. Like, why wouldn't you throw it over here instead of going through there where it's exposed to the blades? But anyway, we can address that. Yeah, may be a bit hard to see, but we can see down there is evidence of soot in this area. So I think one of those transistors has gone up in flames. So the first thing I'll be doing is removing that module and having a closer look. Before we do that, champions, the next batch of boards is ready. So, back onto the old droid cam. Probably a waste of time, but anyway. Any boogers? Yeah, a few. Can I put you in a better position? No, that'll drop into the ultrasonic. Maybe over there. There we go. Try and let all the fluid go back in, because you lose a fair bit of the fluid. They call it drag out. Every time they take a board out, they lose a bit of the fluid along the board as well. Just try and minimize that to reuse the stuff, because it is reusable. I've probably done 30 boards in this or so by now. You do get pretty long life out of that fluid. Back in a moment. Next two in. Just check they're submerged. I do top up this fluid as the drag out occurs. We just want to make sure the boards are submerged, because a bit evaporates because it is heated. But like I say, some gets dragged out along with the boards as well. So you've got to top the fluid up periodically with a bit of more distilled water. Sounds lovely. Got a better angle. This is how I drop the phone in the sink. Agitate it a bit and get it to flow through the board under the caps, over the bridge and far away. Through the valve sockets, that kind of thing. Just use the board like a bit of a dam and move it back and forth. So you get it out and just have a feel. If it feels a bit slimy still, put it back in and keep going. Bit like my sex life. Alright, looking good. A little bit of residue on the end there, like maybe we've not got full submersion on the edge of the board there facing upwards. Might top up that fluid a bit more. Just got to keep inspecting stuff as you do it, just make sure everything's schmick. Stand them up. Get back to work. Nope. And we got no battery. Penny boy, come on. Super technical punk rock. John Hogg, how you going, legend? Soldering a StewMac green ringer pedal kit. Once my first time with the PCB, learned I like soldering pads together. You need more flux in that case, John. If your solder's starting to get a bit gloopy and like stringing off as you pull the soldering iron away, like making little tendrils, little spikes wherever your soldering iron exits, you need more flux. Had a brand new Gibson artist model ES345 in with grounding issues, and in a timely manner, Trogley shows that guitar and the ground is totally fucked. It goes to the stop bar inserts, no stop bar. Really? Stop bar inserts. Man, that's pretty lame. See you, Sergeant Grinch. Good to see you, buddy. $4,000 for a noisy piece of shit. It has fake sideways vibrato tailpiece that is not grounded. The unused tailpiece inserts are grounded, but they're just useless. Wow. Hi, Brad. Are you washing those boards in water? Yes, I am, Dave. What's up, bitches? How you going, Lyle? A lot of people panic when they see me cleaning boards with water, but that is literally how all manufacturing works, champions. So it's not, I'm just rinsing them with tap water to get the residue off. I'm taking them home to clean them with demineralized water. And oh, that looks that's actually not bad. View from the phone there. There you go, champions. All these different camera angles, isn't that cool? I'm taking them home to rinse them with distilled water, as previously mentioned, but some people are coming into the stream halfway through. Anyway, back onto video production time. So removing, start recording. So, removing the power module. How is that achieved? We've got a bunch of screws up into the heatsink. 4 screws, so they might be using the chassis as a bit of a heatsink too, because it is aluminium. That's not attached to the fan, but the fan leads are rather short, so I think someone's removed this before. Maybe not to replace the fan, but to just remove the board, because you've got pretty limited give there on the leads. Demoralized water, yeah. Alright, so we'll get in there. I should be able to lean that up on the face plate because it's got the handles to protect the knobs. We'll go in from this side, unlike the previous tech who melted the nylon standoffs. We'll just desolder the fan. We've still got a bit of length on those leads, so we might redress the ends of those because the insulation's a bit melted as well. Just make everything look pretty. Now, we'll just remove these screws. Hopefully there's not heatsink paste all over the chassis. Sonic Audio, the video and audio quality from your live stream today was great. The lighting and picture quality were A1 if you ask me. I believe so too. I know what you're saying about sometimes not feeling the stream live. I'd say just don't try and fight it, buddy. Just you had a really good one the other day, and you were vibing on everyone. You were dropping jokes and super humorous and playful. And sometimes you're just not in that mood. You're human, man. Don't stress about it. You'll hit your stride again. You can't fight it. If you're not feeling it, you're not feeling it, eh? Alright, so we've got a bunch of stuff hanging on. Mainly, we've got center tap for the transformer. So if I can let go of that one, I've got a feeling the rest will follow. Well, maybe not. So this is a bit tricky to work on. So what we're going to have to do is disconnect pretty much everything. So I'll just take a few quick photos. Because I'm not trusting that the schematic will have like specific wiring layouts or anything like that. So it's often just good practice to take as many photos as you can before you dismantle stuff. Otherwise you may have to spend a bit too much time later figuring out what goes where. Now, ideally, I'd like to completely remove this board from the amp so I can freely work on it on the bench and put everything else aside. Because I want to get that preamp board out to replace those bulgy caps too and inspect the whole thing. Looking at the boards, they look like reasonable quality boards, through-hole plated, pretty large pads. That's good to see. So it says on the board here plus minus 75 volts DC, so I'm guessing the rails are pretty close to that. For maximum power. Come on, you can do it. Blast my eardrums. This one might have a ground plane on the other side because she's putting up a bit of a fight. Let go. These used to have, well, it looks like the original plan was to have jumper, quick connects, spade connectors as we call them in Australia, because they've all these wire connections are hard soldered to the board, but each of the connections has a 2-pin footprint. So I don't know if initially it was meant to have spade connectors and they had issues with the current capability or something like that, which is quite common. I'll just put that rest of the chassis aside for now. We'll have a look at, ooh, got some burn damage on this side too. Let's pick up that exposure a little. Alright, so you can see one of the resistors down there has ended up very toasty. This one here. And that's black in that area of the board. This cap looks like the old foreskin's retracted a bit. So we'll be replacing that, and it's right next to the damaged area too. So I don't trust any of these, because what can happen is the vaporized metals can recondense underneath and form conductive tracks on the underside of the components in that area too, particularly caps, because the leads are so close together. So I think I'll be removing all these components and cleaning that area to get the carbon off, and then inspecting to see if there's any damage underneath the board in that area. Over here we've got the same deal. Looks like the diode is okay. Well, you know, we'll probably replace it anyway, but this resistor is blown as well. So R19 and R21. Or should I say R19 and R21. Let's see what they are. Oh, there's another one. R18, R19, and R21. So I dare say we've got a whole set of busted output devices in this one. Oh, Panny boy. I know it's traumatic focusing on blown components, because you are made from components, but just come on, play the game for me. What are you on about, Mark? Oh yeah, I'll be in thermal compound messy hell, that's for sure. That's a given. Right, so to remove this board, see we've got holes here to unscrew the components. I've had other designs where you don't have holes, access holes through the board, and you've actually got to unsolder the components from the board before you can remove the board and then access the screws to change those components. But in this case, we can take the whole thing off by undoing, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 screws. Okay, that screw seems to be collared, so the board's trying to come with it, so I'll undo the semiconductor ones first. That's a smaller screw. Number 1 Phillips. Then I might get some gloves on, because I don't like having the thermal compound nappy rash cream all over my hands. Whereas you guys say diaper rash cream. You got bloody different words for everything. Guinea pig, hamster, nappy, diaper. Random question on output transformer primary impedance. I have a transformer with 4.5k ohm primary. Can I use it for a pair of 7591 valves in push-pull? 380 volt to 400 volt. I don't think so. From memory, hang on, 7591. Am I getting that mixed up with the heavy duty EL84s? Can you feel that one for me, Lyle? I can't remember, and I'm sort of got my hands tied here. Have a look at your plate impedance on the data sheet, see what that is. And then I think, depending on how they've quoted the impedance on the transformer data sheet, either double it, and that's your expected transformer impedance, or it's the same. Just had my first customer pick up his amp after a service and sweetening. Sounded fantastic. Guy was stoked. Feels good. Just getting into it, Lucas. Yep. 2 more boards done. Alright, so everything's lifting off nicely. Oh, except that one. I think I've just ruined ruined a transistor. I didn't see the last one holding on. No, that's a thermal switch. I guess it either works or it doesn't. All right. You can see here the carnage on the heat sink. And that is caused by this transistor here. Oh, I've done it again. I was going to put gloves on and I forgot. So that's blown the lead clear of the entire transformer. That lead there. Transistor. God damn it. Let me start again. So that was caused by this transistor here. And you can see the lead is blown completely clear of the package. That would have sounded pretty dramatic when it occurred. So the others may be short as well, but just maybe not in such a dramatic fashion. In cases like this, I'm inclined to replace all of them as well as their drivers. So that's what we'll do. If they are functioning now, and also given the amount of time, people give you shit for shotgunning, but given the amount of time it takes to disassemble and reassemble stuff, for the sake of a $2 transistor, you may as well just change it while you're there and save yourself the second guessing and time to disassemble and reassemble a thing. It's not like $2 difference to the bill is going to make a difference to saying yes or no on the job, eh? And it's not like there's any vintage originality, you know, market value for these kind of things. Just clean that crap off my hands. Go and put the next boards in. What time is it? 1:19. Do I get half a day off? Probably not. Fusible ink transistor lead, yeah. Anything's a fuse if you try hard enough. 7591 is a kind of beefier 6v6 on the way to a 6L6. 4K to 6K range for OT should be fine. Well, there you go. And if it is a bit off, you can, I forget which way it goes, but you can run the output off by 1 as well. And make it fit. So, for example, in the Marshall DSL20, is it? That new 20-watt thing? Because they only run like 200 and something volts on the EL34s, which is ridiculous. They don't even get near optimum biasing range. So a good mod would be to put 6v6s in there instead and bias it to suit. But then your output transformer is off. So reflected impedance, you could run, say you got an 8 ohm speaker. You could run that at 4 ohms on the 4 ohm tap. And then you probably be reflecting the correct or nearabouts impedance to the 6v6s if you were to put 6v6s in that amp. I always forget which way it goes though, so don't quote me on that. That would be a good mod to those amps though, because having EL34s at like 280 volts is pretty ridiculous. I'll tell you what, chickens. Looking good, looking good. All right. Sweet as bro. Rinse around those caps because it likes to collect right underneath the electrolytic packages. Just waiting for all the comments. Oh, you can't wash boards with water. What do you know about production? Fuck off. You know, it'd be good tonight, champions. You know, it'd be awesome, fantastic even. Having a beer. But I can't, because I'm on friggin' dry July. So, if any of you just want to chuck a few bucks in the hat, it goes towards support for cancer victims. And I'll put the link up, where you can just search Dry July for my name, Brad Webb. Brad Webb 2 is the profile. Now, don't drop my phone in the water. I got 2 left now, and then I'll be able to go home and put them in the oven. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, a lot of people are shocked by that, but like I said, only if everything's hermetically sealed. Just going with the wide angle today, champions. Learn something every day. Never thought you'd be able to wash PCBs with water. Yeah, well the cleaning solution is water based as well, so that's why it does clean off well. Just had a couple of pale ales at the new local brewery. Damn you, Justin. Alright, so if you want to chuck a couple of bucks in the hat for Dry July, there is the link. We are currently at $22.98. And the target was 1,000. I've punished myself by putting that. These are some, yeah. These are some glasses that Shell etched for me. Whiskey glasses. Slayer, Black Sabbath, and Anthrax. Using her Cricut cry cut. So we're at day 13 out of 31. God damn it. So yeah, looking at the previous years, we earned 2021 was the first year, 1,400. Then 2022 was only 500, despite me putting my best effort in with those videos and reviews. 2023 we did really well, 2,575. 2024 last year, 1,395, nothing to be sneezed at. This year, 2,300 already. Part of that is because they had a day where they doubled up, so up to $500 they put in. They doubled their donation. So if you put $300 in, they put $300 in. And I was going to donate this month's YouTube revenue to the fund as well. But instead of waiting until the 20th or 23rd or whenever that gets put into my account from YouTube from the ad revenue, I thought, why don't we just donate last month's, which is probably better anyway because I released more videos, and we'll do it on the double up. So I donated that amount and they matched it. So that was a big pump up too, so that's good. So we put last month's entire YouTube, minus their cut of course, but their entire the entire YouTube ad revenue for last month into the fund, and that kicked it along rather well. So you can't say I'm just begging. I am putting my own money where my mouth is too. Remember, if you get water in your rice, a cell phone will dry the rice back out. I had CRT TV sets that got rained on and even sat in standing water. Wow, let them dry out before you plug them back in, and 98% of the time, no harm, no foul. Yeah, and if you fully rinsed them, if you threw them in the ultrasonic, you have to have a big one, and then flush that out with distilled water. So I don't know if you guys used to watch Lewis Rossman's channel back in the day before he just went on his righteous. I'm 100% behind you, but his righteous rants. He used to actually do board repair. So he did MacBook repair. And I used to watch that back in 2016, 2015, even earlier, 2013. I used to watch his videos where it was just him in his shop by himself fixing MacBook boards. And every time he finished, he'd put it in the ultrasonic, and you should see what these boards look like. People spilt drinks and beers and left all the residue on the board until the board failed. And only then would they go looking for help. So by the time you've done that, all the impurities in the drink or whatever you've spilt on the board aid electrolysis, and basically the board etches itself away to nothing. The two nearby tracks that are at opposite potential, the metal ions travel from one track to the other, and literally it's like electroplating. It removes one of the entire traces, becomes like the sacrificial anode, and the other plate gets all the shit deposited on it, and utter nightmare. So he'd rebuild these traces with like bits of wire and stuff, and all the flux would be all full of shit and burnt and animal dropping, like insect droppings and everything. He'd do all this horrible work to the board, and then he'd put it in the ultrasonic when he was finished, and it would come out, and besides the parts where he'd put tiny little hair-thin wires to rebuild the traces, look like a brand new board. It's insane. So back when I was watching that, I learned like the value of an ultrasonic cleaner. He used a Branson fluid, which is I think pretty similar to the Electrolube one that I use. And then of course, yeah, flushed it and then dried it overnight. I think he had a dedicated, like, proper designed oven for it, whereas I just use my home oven and just set the thermostat just so it clicks on and then just leave it there, and it sits at about 45 degrees Celsius, and I just leave it in there overnight with the tea towel folded up so the door's open, and that allows the moisture to come out as it heats overnight. I knew USAF techs that dropped whole radio transmitters into vats of trichloroethane. Jesus. The eco-Nazis. I don't know that you can call them that, Seth. You can't do that kind of stuff anymore. The stuff was okay. Was it really, though? Was it really? Let's do a bit of research there, Seth. Trichloroethane. Doesn't sound friendly. Alright, so refers to multiple compounds. 1,1,1-trichloroethane, also known as methyl chloroform. Oh, fucking hell. Chloroform. Colorless, sweet-smelling liquid. It was once produced industrially in large quantities for use as a solvent. It is regulated by the Montreal Protocol as an ozone-depleting substance. Well, there you go. It's not so much that it's bad for you, it's bad for the environment. As an ozone-depleting substance, and as such, use has declined since 1996. Okay, trichloroethane. Trichloroethane should not be confused with the similar sounding trichloroethene, which is also a commonly used solvent. Okay, so was it trichloroethene or ethane? Trichloroethane. Alright, so they banned it because baldness. Yeah, Baroness. So they banned it because it's ozone depleting, Seth, not because it's bad for you. I reckon it probably is too, but although not as toxic as many similar compounds, inhaled or ingested 1,1,1-trichloroethane does act as a central nervous system depressant and can cause effects similar to those of ethanol intoxication, i.e. being drunk, because ethanol is what gets you drunk in alcohol, including dizziness, confusion, and in sufficiently high concentrations, unconsciousness and death. Fatal poisonings and illnesses linked to intentional inhalation of trichloroethane have been reported. Prolonged skin contact with the liquid can result in removal of fats from the skin, resulting in skin irritation, a bit like if you touch lye or whatever. So yeah, it's a fairly potent greenhouse gas with a 100-year global warming potential of 169 relative to carbon dioxide. This is nonetheless less than 1/10 that of carbon tetrachloride, which it replaced as a solvent. So yeah, I fully understand why they have restricted its use. Anything fun is always bad for you. He had him in the background of his last one, and I ended up recommending Yellow and Green album to my non-metal playing son. Yeah, it's a really good entry band because it is heavy as shit, but it's heavy in a melodic way that is accessible to people who just don't like the growly vocals, essentially. Yes, it was. It smelled pretty good. Made a really nice solvent. Great. And it was a great tapping and drilling lubricant fluid too. Okay. We did have issues with the indigenous people inhaling that stuff. Jesus. That's not good. Check the donation message. Oh, hello. Refresh. Hey, Moose. Thanks, mate. Mark, thank you. Gazcow, you legends. So, back to the Dry July thing, just to let you know what the thing is. Basically, I am raising money for Dry July Foundation, so that means that they are distributing the funds between various different organizations. So, when I signed up, the choice was to donate to a specific center or send it to Dry July, and that way they all get a bit of a taste. So let me just have a look. This is how we help. Who we help. Campaign beneficiaries. All right, so here are the list of the places. I could have donated to just one of them, and I fully understand if you've had dealings with one of them. Chances are you'd probably want to donate to that one because they all do incredibly admirable work. I think because Mum had breast cancer a few years ago, I think the first year I donated to, I forget which one it was. One of the breast cancer nurse specializing ones that helped her out. We actually focused on that one in particular, but it felt a bit sort of, you know, I feel like they all do good work, so it should get divvied up between them. So that's what I chose this year, to make sure it gets divided up. And we have raised, well, what are we at? Can't do math in my head because I'm an idiot, particularly not on a live stream. $13.95. And what are we at now? $24.65. So we have raised so far in the last 5 years, or since I started, $8,345 for all those charities, which I think is fantastic. And, you know, if I can do anything with my stupid ass face in the camera, then I'll do it. McGrath Foundation, that was it, yeah. That's after Glenn McGrath's wife, who died from breast cancer, if I remember correctly. Feel like something's crawling on my leg. No, it's just a microphone lead. Okay, guys, your turn. Yeah, no, I really appreciate that, guys. Thanks for the donations. I miss the happy afternoons playing with liquid mercury. You can still do that if you want. You can still get mercury switches. All right, next boards are up. Time flies when you're talking shit, eh? Let's take them in with me this time. Oop. Come on, hurry up and drain. It's slippery. I'll just get a bit of distilled water and top that up a bit, Cammy. Just 1 sec. Just dropping a bit below the board edge. Do you take that distilled water home? Do you take that distilled water home? Do you have any here? There's none in the van?
No, because I took the 2 home.
You took both of them home. Okay.
Yeah, it's on the...
There goes that idea. Row the boards. This whole process really opens up a lot of possibilities for restoration of just manky ass old amps. Obviously the fiber boards and that you don't really want to be submerging in fluid because they are hygroscopic, but just old PCBs, vintage computer stuff, that kind of thing, classic amps, stuff that's been abused and hacked up and neglected for years. Stick her in the ultrasonic, she comes out like new, champions. Really is. It feels like a cheat code on restoration. Alright, spilt a bit of stuff, making a bit of a mess. Alright, where were we? Keep forgetting what I'm doing. See you, Lyle. Let's have a look at the schematic of this thing. It's WR base 350. Thought I'd downloaded it, maybe not. Oh yeah. Let's scroll past it. Oh, that's a user guide. That's no good to me. It's in a folder, that's why. Schematics. Power amp module and BOM. Power amp preamp. Desk share time. Hello? Thank you. Alright, so a lot of people don't know in Acrobat Reader you can go Shift Control Plus and it rotates. For some reason when you go rotate, it's like, oh, you need to upgrade. Free 7-day trial. Get fucked. Just Shift Control Plus and it rotates. Alright, so what resistors are blown? R19 from memory is blown, 100 watts. Okay, so that probably means it's short to the base. Or, well, maybe that whole Q9 is like a molten blob of silicon now. An R21. What's up? I can feel you hovering. What are you after? Nail clippers? Yep. What for? Oh, for your nails. I'm like, oh, I thought you were doing something special with them. Are you done?
Oh, I just need to
You finished? Bro.
listen, bro.
No, I don't.
I know.
I'm a husband. I don't listen. Yeah, looking good, mate. Looking good. Yeah, yeah. Sweet, sweet, sweet. You can have them done today? It's almost 2 o'clock.
Trying.
Well, hurry up.
Right, what comes next?
Whatever is on the list. Next.
I like size-wise.
Whatever's the next size. Put a little Weimer caps on. So the film caps, the Weimer caps. The red ones. The ones you put on the last boards.
Oh, red. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I love how you use words like you think I understand.
Well, Weimer's the brand.
Again.
They say Weimer on them.
You're a Weimer.
You're a fucking Weimer.
You're a Weimer.
Do the wriggly leg ones. Why, you want me to do them? I thought you wanted to start and finish these boards.
I do, but the wiggly...
Not just do the parts that you like doing.
The funny legs are weird.
Okay, I'll do
Go
them.
do the reds.
No,
Go
I'll do the wriggly legs then.
Alright, I'll do the reds.
Wiggly legs. Technical terminology champions. Yeah.
Speaking pleb language.
You're not a pleb, you know what a capacitor is.
I know what a capacitor
A
is.
capacitor. R21, wherefore art thou?
Hamlet.
Hamlot. You're lucky Lyle's left the stream. English major. And you're saying Hamlot. What about me? Lyle's Michelle's favourite tech. Apparently I'm chopped liver. What about me? It isn't fair. I've fixed enough messes. I want my share. R18. There it is. Alright, so R18 is toast. So if that was delivered a hard plus 75 volts. Yeah, I reckon. It would have gone through one end for the low 4 at a 6.8K to ground. So how much? So R16 may be a shorted Q5 as well. So that's a problem with solid state stuff. That one part goes short, every fucking other part, it's like cascading failure. But let's check R16 and how much current that would allow, and if that would allow burning of that resistor. So R16, just trying to find it on the board. R16 looks good visually, so I dare say Q5 would be blown, and if 16 had 75 volts across it, 6800, it would have only allowed less than a watt, but it would have burnt that resistor too because it's only a quarter watt. So let's just check if it's open or not. No, it's still 6.76K. So Q5 is probably shorted between base and emitter. Q5. Q2. It's an MPSA06, so it's a TO92 package. Q1, Q5. Just go over to diode mode. May have burned open circuit. Generally they fuse, they go short though and turn into a blob. But an MPSA 06 is not an expensive part, so we'll change that. I'll just check that diode over there, 1N4004, but chances are it's fine. Yep. So R24. Wait, R19. Sorry, I'm zooming in and out. It's a bit hard to see everything all at once. Is this searchable? I don't think so. You guys probably seeing it. Saying, to the left. No, okay, it's just a graphic file. Okay, so 21's cooked as well, which is that other 100 ohm. And R20. So R21 is cooked. R18 is cooked. And sort of its mate up there. And R20. The fuck's R20? Oh, there it is. R20 appears fine. There's R19. Right, and it's cooked as well. So, I think we've got to change out. We'll change out Q7, Q9, Q10. Change out Q8, Q11, Q12. And I know I've got some MPSA 06s, but I don't think I've got the PNP equivalent MPSA 56. I might have. I'll have a look. But we might have to chuck them on an order and continue this video later. I might do a proper video on it. Maybe. Oh, it's probably not worth it. Whatever. Yeah, I've got the output devices in stock. So we've got Sanken. There are a lot of fakes on eBay. These things, the Sanken units altogether. They're a bit annoying because of the mounting holes. You probably find a modern equivalent with just a standard package. I think the pinout's the same as usual. The supplier that I get these off is in Sydney here, and they've got a lot of new old stock. So these are genuine. And they do have a lot of the Sanken, the larger monolithic chips that you find in some of the earlier bass and PA amps, as well as the a lot of hi-fi amps. You get them in. 2 MT200 devices per rail and plus minus 75 volts. Good luck with that. MT200, are you referring to the package type? So let's look up the specs of this transistor. 2SC3264. Voltage collector base 230 volt. Voltage emitter base 5 volt. $230 rated. Yep. I'm up. 17 amp. So pretty primitive device. So MT200's the form factor of the package. Gotcha. Yeah, they're rated at 230 volts, Terry. CFB, thanks. Just seen your reply. I'm going cathode bias. So from the data I've seen, what you stated, 4K5, 4.5K would be around half what I need. W speaker impedance. Yeah, so that's what I was saying before. You can change the reflected impedance by running the output off Gazcal. Shane, I've got a big hoard of components from garage sale bags, transistors and tubes of ICs. Hopefully something useful in there. You go down that road, Shane, you're probably going to end up becoming a hoarder, mate. So be careful. Don't end up with too much shit you don't need. Good to have some stock, but only collect the stuff that you're going to use. So, also if they were from Wes, buy an extra one and crack it open. I haven't had any issues with the Wes stuff. And you can often tell the fake ones because the writing on them looks fucked. It looks laser etched. Whereas these ones, too late. I've already got it. These are actually like a stamp. I've found all the fakies I've encountered have been laser etched. Whereas these are old school. And there's a little bit of a patina on the leads. You can tell that they're not new reproductions. But yeah, I do have a bit of a spotlight on Wes for selling dodgy shit. Their fuses, for example, they keep selling fast blow fuses as slow blow because they run out of the slow blow fuses and they just put it in fast blow, the fuckheads. So then you change a fuse and it's alright. Well, it's on the bench, and as soon as you send it out, it blows. So their fuses, the markings are vague. So it'll say, generally with time delay fuses, it'll say, the fast blow will just say 2A, and a slow blow time delay fuse will say T2A. Now, Wes have some that say S2A, which is another way of saying time delay, but it's not an officially recognized standard. So generally what it comes down to is I'm not trusting Wes components for fuses at all. However, with the Senken stuff, have used a lot of components off them before, and they were legit. And these look to be legit as well. Can confirm the fuse thing. Caught me once, pain in the ass for me and the client. Yeah, and they don't take any responsibility. Wes, the few times they've sent me broken shit, they're like resorted to like personal insults at me and shit. The little fuckwit that works in the office in Sydney was like very confrontational over the phone and started insulting me and calling me an idiot over the phone and stuff. I said, mate, I'll shut my shop and come there right now and you can say it to my fucking face, you little asshole. And he suddenly gave me a refund after that. So, and after that they assigned me with a sales rep. So I think he's the mediator now, I guess. Yeah, he's very, very rude little asshole that owns that place, or manages it. They sent me a this. I should have said no. This bloke came in wanting a PA speaker that he does. He's a wedding celebrant, and he was a real fast talker. And like, you know how you chat to some people and you can tell they're distracted, like they wish they weren't talking to you. Like they cut you off where you're trying to answer them. Like they ask you a question, you start answering them, and you're 3 words in, and then they cut you off and like qualify the sentence more. And they never look you in the face. They're always looking around, and it's like they're on coke or some shit. Well, this bloke was like that, and he's like, no, it's too expensive. No, that's way too expensive. Okay, fucking, how much are you charging for your celebrant services? Like, if you can't afford like a $800 speaker, I think you should probably be charging more. He's like, no, I want one for like $400. Okay, well, I don't normally go with this supplier. I can't vouch for like the quality of this thing. He's like, yeah, give me one of them. I said, look, I don't know what they're like. I can stand behind these ones here, but here I'm just getting you one that's cheap because you want cheap. It's like, yeah, get us one of them. Okay, so I ordered it. Turns up, the fucking... I didn't even open the box because it was still sealed. And it's kind of bloke where if you open the box, you'd want a discount because it's fucking X display stock or something. So I just left the box sealed. He picked it up like as soon as it came because he was ringing me every 5 minutes asking where this fucking speaker was, even though it was only like 2 days to turn up. He takes off with it. And then he comes back with his shit. It's like, I got laughed out of this wedding. They said they're never going to fucking work for us again. I go, mate, they're getting married. Unless they get divorced, you're never going to work for them again anyway. And he had the shits and he wanted a full refund and he wanted extra money, like interest on the... I was like, mate, would you fuck off? And I opened the thing and had a look and the speaker was working. The wireless thing was working, but the display that told you what channel the wireless mic was on was fucked. And the LED thing was all garbled and it wasn't reading anything. So I said, look, guys, can I get a warranty on this one? The display's buggered. I only bought it off you like 3 days ago. And he goes, nah. He goes, yeah, oh, yeah, send it back. I go, okay, can you arrange a courier? And they're like, no, you pay to send it back or drop it off. I go, okay, it's not my responsibility it's not your responsibility where I live. So I said, okay, fair enough. I packaged it up and got it shipped out. No email correspondence. The speaker comes back. No message on it or anything. I rang him up, I emailed him and said, what's the go? This speaker's been sent back. This was returned under warranty and it's still got the problem it had when I sent it. Is this another model or is this another unit or is this the same speaker? Yeah, same speaker. There's no fault with the unit. So I turned it on again and there's like the wireless mic wasn't working. Well, the mic was transmitting and appeared to be transmitting, but the receiver wasn't picking anything up. It was just fuzzy and the display was still garbled. You couldn't read it. It was like the segments were dead on the LED reader. See you, Gascal. Take it easy, champ. I said, mate, it's still got the same problem. They go, no, there's no problem with the thing. And I rang up and said, mate, it's clear as day. He goes, no, you must have broke it on purpose. I go, why the fuck would I break it on purpose, mate? Oh, I know your client didn't want it. You're trying to get a free return. Oh my God. I go, would I really waste all my time going through this shit for a $400 speaker? Like, I just put it, if it worked, I'd put it in stock. I'd eventually sell it. Like, whatever. I'm not that kind of fucking dude. I don't try and claw back every cent. You know, I'll just sell the thing for half the cost if I have to or whatever. But it just wasn't fit for purpose. It wasn't working. So then he started insulting me and telling me I don't know what I'm talking about and how offensive it is that I say that things are broken when they're not. I go, dude, I'll send you a video. I'll send him videos, photos and everything. And eventually they backed down when I said, all right, I'll just start a small claims tribunal case and we can go to the ACCC if you want. It's up to you. And then he just shut up and gave me the money back. And I was like, fuck, do I really have to go through this shit and stress? And like, it gets you like adrenaline going and you get stressed out when you got to deal with people like that. Why do they have to always be on the offensive, you know? Just work with us. It's not like I don't put fucking 10, 20 grand through them every year. Like, if I can't get decent service off them, who the fuck can? Like, they're just treating me like a dickhead off the street. Did they even open my account and look how much I fucking spend with them? Yeah, they put dodgy return valves back in stock and send them. Yeah, don't use Wes for valves. Pretty sure I got to set your return one. Oh, blue tape on it. No shit. That was one of mine. Are you fucking serious, TK? You fucking cockheads. Yeah, blue tape. Look. The roll right here. Surprise, surprise. Tube amp doctor. Look. Runaway dissipation, blue tape. Focus. No, don't want to focus. Okay. Runaway dissipation. No conduction. Tube amp doctor. Another dead one. Haven't put any tape on there. I think I got sick of taping them up because they're all just fucked. Runaway dissipation. What? Why are you going under the different? Runaway dissipation. Runaway dis. That's Dad's writing, so he was testing them all for us. Runaway disc, that's my writing, so that's probably the problem one, and then we've tested them long term. Just don't buy tube amp, Doctor, man. They're fucking shit. And they, again, tried to claim there was no problems with any of their valves. It's like, okay, why am I getting like a 90% failure rate then? Oh, it must be something you're doing. Fuck off, mate. That actually is still okay at the moment, but I don't trust it as far as I can throw it. That one's still testing okay, but they'll fail. They're guaranteed to fail. That was one of the ones that actually got returned in an amp, and the guy wasn't very happy about it. That one's probably okay for now. But again, I'll get insulted by people that just say, oh, I've had tube amp Doctor forever and they're fine. So whatever, your sample size of fuck all. I would sample a lot more than you, mate. You see that one's lost its vacuum, so all different failure modes. Here's a 6v6 double mica where they turned up more microphonic than the fucking single mica. And oh no, that was the EL34, so I must have used them in a head or something. Runaway dissipation. Yeah, I don't deal with Wes unless I have to. Let's put it that way. Runaway dissipation. Yep. Well, at least you know where you stand with fuckwits like that, eh? I'm here to tell you the truth and give you the warning. I go through a lot of valves, champions, so I'll know what's good and what's bad before you have a chance to. So insult me all you want for pointing out that your beloved company isn't what you thought they were, but I don't give a fuck. I'm here to tell you the truth. I've got nothing to gain other than seeing you guys play gigs and do what you're supposed to do with amps, which is play the fucking things. I don't know, I'll hang all them off the Christmas tree at Christmas this year. Something like that. Yeah, it's very disheartening when everyone in the industry seems out to get you and you're just trying to fucking keep musicians playing. And all the comments, all the fuckwits in the comments, Jesus Christ. If you want to have a look at a bit of troll watch. We've got more comments about the Lazy J debacle. Alright, so we've got this bloke here. More YouTube nonsense about this amps. This isn't a genuine J20. Yeah, right. Every single one of my colleagues has showed me photos. There is no photo evidence of any J20 out there that doesn't look exactly the same as the one I had. Mine's a work of art, okay. For a start, the power valve physically can't touch the speaker. Okay, he probably made the cabinet a bit bigger. Half the components look different and the build quality on mine is top notch. Okay, how do you know? Mine sounds like dog's bollocks. That's not a good thing. In 8 years of solid gigging has never given me a day's trouble. Okay, cool. He probably fixed a lot of the problems. Easily the best amp I've ever plugged into. Okay, whatever. This bloke and the tosser at Grift Amp. How can you call Chris a tosser at Grift Amps? He's like the most polite, even-handed, fucking treats amplifier manufacturers with kid gloves dude out there. If you think he's a tosser, then you're showing who the fucking tosser is. Shit on Jesse and his reputation. I don't care about Jesse. I care about his amps, mate. No idea why. Classic internet shithousery. All I did was show what was in front of my face, mate. So yeah, there's a lot of trolls. Just telling you you're a shit cunt for making videos. But you know, what's new? A lot of cover-up people. You get attacked for showing the truth, unfortunately. But I'm going to keep doing it. And I think I'll just stop reading comments on the videos. It's just too hard. I catch up with you blokes in the live chats. So that's how we catch up. I've had JJs in Chinese and new sensor tubes with red plate for no apparent reason. Yeah. I think a lot of that's to do with grid leakage. Yeah, so far I've been pretty good with JJs for everything except 6v6s, Noah. But yeah, that could change. That could change next week. That's some serious money in tubes. That's all the dead ones there, Joe. That's the shit list. The actual box. Yes. Can I help you?
Yeah.
What?
What comes after the Weemer?
The Weemers. All the Weemers are done. You can put in the Panasonics. Or
I don't know where this Weemer is though, because that looks different.
C13, C16. So that's
The same as that one?
yeah. So well, no, that's the three. See, you've written 3-channel.
Two handwriting, bro.
That's not mine. That's Dad's. And
It's 2-channel.
is that my writing? Yeah, C16 2-channel version. So yeah, that's put them away because you're not doing anything 3-channel. You can put in C18. So you have to cut them off from the tape. C48 we've run out of, so I've got to restock on them. And C16 we've run out. Shit. Okay, well anything that's got an empty bag, I thought we had C16s, but I guess not. Anything that's got an empty bag I've got to buy more of. So you've got to keep, see this, just do that. Right, so all you've got out of that lot's C18, C16 and C48 we need to order. And C18 you're good.
C48.
Yeah, it's not on the list. So, because that was something on the 3-channel, so I've got to update the bill of materials for that. C48 order. Yeah, I've already chucked them in Mouser. So after you've done them,
One's in next, or
well, you got to prep the leads for them. After that, probably put the ceramics in. So all these ones. Just work C17, C5, C11, 14, 21, 22, C40, 41, C9. All the electrolytics you can do after them if you want. The little electrolytics. They're orientation specific though, so I'll run you through them. Just do that lot for now. C29. Oh, you've done C29?
yeah.
Yep, sweet. And see all of them? You've done them?
Yeah.
Right, so that's leftovers. Alright, so just do those ones next. You good with that? Just make all the logos face the same way. Do C18, yeah, you can do them.
So
They're,
what do I
cut them off and like this.
do? This one's before.
No, you need 10 of them. Bro. Try and be a smart ass to me when you're the one that's wrong.
Am I doing this for you for free?
Yes. No, I'm going to give you, well, cook your dinner at some point in the future, one day. What? Ah. Where was I? You've distracted me again.
So these just go in like bum down all the way?
Bum down. They go next to where the relay is, so it goes in there. Doesn't matter which way.
Go up all the way down like that?
Yeah, and then just fold the leads over. I've totally lost my train of thought now. I was whinging about stuff. And then I was going to do something else, and I forget what. Order parts? Oh, no, I was going to get the boards out. and flush the next batch of boards. And then I think I might leave it there, champions. It's 2 o'clock. You want lunch? We didn't even have breakfast. Guess we'll just have an early dinner. We'll just have a pensioner dinner. Alright, how's the fluid looking? Still good. It's still good. Little airborne. It's still good. Alright, I'll be using that stuff for a while until Shell finishes those next boards. Switch that off. I don't think that'll be happening today between you and I. Oh, the boards look so spick and span. It still amazes me how clean they look. Fucking amazing, mate. Alright, we'll test all them through the week. And I might box up a few just to have them ready to ship at a moment's notice. Normally I just sit them all in a big box and package them as required, but it might help. Usually people are only ordering one. If they order two, I can combine shipping. If they order at the same time anyway. Otherwise it goes through as 2 separate payments, which you could refund. It's a massive pain in the ass. So yeah, I'll have them boxed up ready to dispatch at a moment's notice. Yeah, so I was whinging about Wes. That's what I was doing. How could I forget? Anyway, yeah, don't buy valves off Wes. Not trustworthy. Just going off experience, champions. If they treated me better, I would have had nothing but praise. You know, I do give praise when it's deserved. But if you treat me like shit, obviously I'm not going to praise you. So I need to order parts for that. So I'll put that on the back burner, just like every other bloody job these days. Order those driver transistors. Can't really do anything with that now. Feels like I'm just spinning my wheels on every job, eh? Everything needs parts or need information or something. Alright, so I got a request on this one. Bloke's sentimentally attached to this amp. It's a Technics SU810 hi-fi tutor. So what was the report with this one? I'm just going to webcam so I don't dox him. Crackling intermittency, imbalance on output between left and right channel. Oh, and he wants a quote for a FGN guitar. I did quote it. Okay, so I'm just writing that I quoted for an FGN guitar, so I'd follow that up. I might give him a call tomorrow or Tuesday. And just follow that up and see if he wants me to order one of those. Actually, you know what we want to do? I don't feel like... I'm not in the mood for a hi-fi amp, eh? I feel like doing a guitar amp. So, let's do something that a lot of people have been asking about. Let's do... Well, that's lighter than it should be. Uh-oh, Tube Amp Doctor. 5150, iconic. Is it iconic? Really? No signal, champions. From preamp. And no signal on effects return. So, no effects send and no effects return. Yay. So when did these things get released? It's not too long ago. And they're starting to fail. It could just be, like I say, it's got tube amp doctor valves in there, so it could be to do with them. But let me just confirm my suspicions, or my assertions. Where the fuck is the lead going? Aspersions? Asperger's? $16 ohm. Give it some power. Give it some signal. Watch the power consumption. That'll tell us if the output stage is going into play mode, you know, actually conducting. Power on. Inrush, 136, 275, 64, 60, 57, 56, and dropping. Put on the full power level. Standby is off. Everything's 12 o'clock. These things have got a shit ton of gain, so let's go on the clean channel. Channel switching appears to be working. I'm hearing relays. The LED is changing color. Just turn down the... How does this work? Gain 1 and 2. So I guess 2 is the master. Wouldn't you just call it a master? Standby on. Power consumption goes up to 90 watts. 89 watts. 88 watts. Right, so these, all the 5150s from the factory are biased pretty cold, so That looks like the output stage is conducting as expected. Just put that back into standby for a sec. Give it some signal. Signal Jenny on. Amplitude. Let's go for 200 millivolts peak to peak. Sine wave. In the front end. Standby on. No signal at all. Go to channel 1. Channel 2, nothing at all. Slight hum, but pretty low. Probably design hum or unmatched outputs. Effects loop return. Nothing at all. Okay, give it signal into the front end. So we may have no HT in the preamp board because nothing coming from the phase inverter. Or it could be a heater fuse. Something like that. A heater fuse, or a heater connector, I mean. The output section might have a different connector for it or a different board. Let me just plug in. So I've got signal going into the front end and put it back on a channel 1. Now I've got my little benchtop amp here. Let's just see if anything comes out of the effects send. Nothing at all, like so quiet, not even any noise. So, no signal at all, no signs of life at all, other than the output dissipation increasing when we took it out of standby. Mike and Walt tied up loose ends in Breaking Bad. That was a good episode. The Iconics are basically a cheap version. I haven't heard good things from my mates. I've seen some photos and build quality does not look good on the stuff that I've seen anyway. But I think that might have been a combo version, so they had some pretty convoluted way of mounting everything. Bunch of solid state stuff in the signal path. Yeah, I haven't encountered one yet. At least you got more than 4 screws in the back of the grill. The stock ones, the grills always get all deformed because they've only got screws either end. They're expecting the fold in the metal to give it enough rigidity. These only use 112X7 for some of the signal path, and the other is a phase inverter. The rest of it is FETs and op amps. Okay, so we might have well, just trying to figure out why there's no send at all. We might have a failed preamp HT or a failed preamp heater. Well, including the phase inverter. That's what I'm trying to say. The output stage is functioning. Alright, 6 screws. Nothing stopping the chassis from sliding forward, so I'll overhang that off the bench. JCM 900-ish. Actually, that's a better camera angle. Got this funny noise that happens in my mains, and I haven't figured out what's causing it yet. I assumed, because it's an industrial area, that through the week it might have been someone welding with the high frequency start on a TIG welder. You can hear it occasionally. Hear that? Oh, you probably can't hear it, the noise reduction. Hang on. I'll turn that off for a sec. Listen. Wait. Hear that? I wonder what the noise is. Probably hear it more on the gain channel. Happens periodically. I haven't timed it yet to figure out what might be causing it, but it's a bit of a weird thing. No, it's not the ultrasonic cleaner. It was happening before I got that. It's been happening for years, but I've never realised how regular it is. I thought it was just every now and then some machine nearby kicking in or whatever. But because it's a Sunday, everything around here is shut. It sounds like something pushing a fair bit of current through. Don't know. I think there's a 50 watt Peavey combo that's supposed to be decent. Never used one. Wouldn't consider it personally because 50 watt is too much for my needs. I think you might be talking about the Peavey Prowler, which is a very rare amp, and it looks really well built. It looks like they almost built it by accident really well. I've been keeping an eye out for them, but they're incredibly rare. Inductive kickback from others connected to the same supply, things like LED and Ethernet overpower. Yeah, because it's periodic though. I assumed it was like a welder, but it's Sunday, no one's working here, and it's not that regular, so it wouldn't be regular. Alrighty then, back to the workbench. Hello. Alright, shut up, Ant. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's like a Black Star, isn't it, 6? See, they've saved their money, haven't they? Alright, we've got we've got two valves. Two Novel valves. Let's see where it gets the signal from. So it's an actually solid state phase inverter 6. It's using two transistors I've never seen before. ZTX458. What are they? ZTX458, those two little transistors down there. Prowler doesn't sound familiar. I was thinking of a blue style combo. Yeah, probably one of the classics. They sound good, but they're fucking shit build. What in the living fuck is a ZTX? TX, some new transistor. ZTX 458. Bipolar. 400 volt. Okay, so it's a high voltage bipolar. Oh, I fucking love a beer, this Arvo. 400 volt. Collector to emitter. Collector to base. 300 milliamp, 1 watt. Okay. Still could have failed HT, because that's tapping obviously off the HT supply. I don't think we've got schematics for these yet, do we, Six? Do we have schematics for these chooches? Nah, we don't need it. Just slow us down, wouldn't it? Probably a problem with the power supply. It almost always is. Yeah, the new ones are a completely different design. Yeah, tube rectifiers are stupid in 2025, Joy Buzzer, unless you're doing it for historical reasons. I agree. Man, these Black Stars Vox amps all use the same SMD HT FETs. Some are better than others. This is using bipolars, man. ZTX 458. It's got one J175s, but I've got a feeling they'll be used for muting because they're attached to. I believe they're attached to the ground. Are they? Yeah, so all the FETs here, 6, are attached to ground. In the front end anyway, there are some SMD ones with their codes. I don't know what they are. But it looks like most of it's those high voltage bipolar things. What are they sitting at? Let's see if they've got supply when the output stage is in standby. Nope. Oh, had some crackling on the output then. Got some crackling, a little bit of hum, but no crazy dissipation. So 247 on those bipolars, 250, 250. Bias voltage steady. It's drawing 97 watts now though, where it was only drawing 90 before. Knowing all the problems I'm getting these days, amps come in with like 5 or 6 different and unrelated issues. You got to figure out and explain to the customer that yes, your phase inverter tube was not conducting on either triode. Yes, your output valves are either 50% failed or completely failed. Yes, there is an open screen grid resistor. Yes, there is an open plate supply resistor. Yes, there is this. Yes, there is that. The phase inverter, it's got HT, and we're getting crackling there. Look at the preamp, there's HV FETs there. Schematics are in there, I believe. Okay, I'll look up the schematics in a minute. Jack's loose. See what these valves are doing. 180. Okay, we've gone up to 103 watts now. Crackling again. Output dissipation fluctuating. We've got 346 volts on that plate, which seems a lot higher than I would expect. So that's pin 7. We've got minus 0.365 volts. And we've got nothing on the cathode, so we may have a dead valve. Or we may have a dead plate resistor. It's a PS vane, so I pulled that and it's still crackling. Let's give you some signal here, champions, so you can hear what's going on. You hear that? Are you watching the live stream? Oh. Right, so I think that noise is coming from the output valves. Yep. So tube amp doctor being dog shit yet again. That one valve on the end. The power is fluctuating by about 10 watts as I do that. Alright, 105, 106. So yet again, failed tube amp doctor valve. So let's take out the outer two, just to eliminate that one from the noise. Hang on, are these heaters run in series? No, they are not. Some of the Peaveys, the heaters run in series or series parallel. You end up with all sorts of weirdness because one valve's on the fritz. Alright, let's see that crackling's gone. I think drawing 57 watts now. I'm going to turn it off, it's drawing 32 watts. Alright, so that one there's fucked. Quality tube amp doctor. Premium selected red base. Yeah, fucking a lot of good your selection process did, mate. Alright, so crackling's gone. Let's try another 12AX7. Known new good 12AX7 in that position. Ironically, a tube amp doctor. The 12AX7 WA. The only decent valve they ever made, I think. In my humble opinion, of course. Turn that down in case we get blasting signal now. It's got reverb. Where's the reverb? PT, oh god, PT 2399 for the reverb. Yuck. I would have thought they would have at least had a spin chip in there. FV1. They've got a PT 2399, the cheapest, shittiest digital delay chip out there. That's classic. Good on your fucking fender, I guess. Nope, still no signs of life. Let's see if we've got dissipation on that triode now, though. That we do. Okay, so we had a bad output valve, a bad preamp valve, because literally it wasn't conducting, and now it is. But we still have no signal. So this is what I'm saying. There's so many amps coming here with like complete, like there's no way that output valve starting to fail could have caused this valve to fail. There's no way this valve failing could have caused the output valve to fail. Completely unrelated faults, but always is the case. You end up with these multiple issues that are completely unrelated, and it's extremely hard to explain to the customer that everything just fucking fell over all at once for no apparent reason. So now that plate voltage is down to about 180, which is the same as the other one, more or less. Yeah, 172. Let's drag down that node a little bit more, having the other one conducting now. So, still no signal, but we might have effects loop return now, maybe. Nope, still nothing. So, we've fixed two problems, or eliminated two problems, but we still have the original fault. Yay. Alright, let's check the other triodes. Since the PS vein preamp valves are utter dog shit. 205, what do you got on pin 3? 1.7, that sounds right. 285, what do you got on pin 8? 2.8. Sounds about right. So you're conducting. What have we got over here? We've got 45 millivolts drop, so milliamp, because that's a 1 ohm resistor. So 45 between the two valves and the cathode. What have we got on the low voltage regulation? Just ground my lead there for a sec. Just make sure I'm still in scope mode. Okay, we've got minus 15.7 and we've got 15.6. Alright. What have we got over here? 7805 powering the 3 PT2399 chips that are being used together to simulate what is probably a pretty horrible sounding reverb. 11 volts on the input, should have 5 volts in the output, 4.995. Right, so that voltage is correct. Let's have a look at these droppers. They'd be the ones above the board there, 352, 303. What are we getting to the solid state front end? 303. Alright, that J175 has 0 volts DC to both sides of it, so that would be a muting FET. It's got 15 volts to the center. Right, all these high voltage bipolars have got voltage. What about this one? 5.2 volts, 190, 190. Alright, we've done all our DC checks. Let's give it some signal and trace it with the scope. Last resort time. Colby Jack, let's all hit the like for this champion bloke, mate. Thanks, Colby. Alrighty then, let's see how far we can go without a schematic. Let's give it a bit more voltage. 400 millivolts sounds good. to get above the noise floor a bit. Let's turn this light off because it really, one of them's really messing with the signal. I don't know which one it is. Alright, pin 2, we've got signal. Pin 7, we've got nothing. Change channels. Pin 2 on the other valve, we've got massive signal. With a big DC offset. We got half a signal there. We got pin 7. And then we squared off the other side, alright, so it's clipping one side of the waveform at a time. Alright, let's work back from the phase inverter then. So got nothing on the effects send cable. Let's see if I can find a schematic, because it is double-sided board. It's a bit tricky to follow. Fender really do have a hard on for making shit that doesn't last more than 3 years these days, aren't they? I don't know, I don't think we've got the schematic for that, man. Got the schematic for the 3. Not looking good. See you, Terry. Take it easy, legend. No, no schematic. Can you flick me the schematic if you got it 6? And as for the HV FETs, you must be thinking about another model, brother, because there's no FETs in this. They're bipolar transistors. The only FETs are low voltage, which are used for muting, because both sides are at ground potential. And the SMD FETs are all at low voltage potential. Q1, Q2, Q6 and Q9 are the ZTX458, which is not a FET. So it's getting up to that stage. Another muting device. Is there ever signal at those FETs? No, then why are they there? So we've got 100k from those FETs to ground when they're switched off. And changing channel doesn't affect whether or not. Maybe they are for when you go to a different mode. They appear to be doing fuck all. So that's your foot switching circuitry. That's your effects loop buffers. Are we getting anything there at all? Alright, we're getting an effects loop. signal. But it's about the same level. Oh no, that's bigger. Oh, that's fluctuating. Okay, so that's your reverb. Alright, so we're getting signal up to the reverb. And that's your output from the reverb. And that's where it stops. Okay. Right. Stopping at a FET. Oh, hearing some signal now. Very low. So the signal's effectively stopping at Q501. And that is the last thing it sees before the phase inverter. So, summary. I think I've just found the reason that we've got no effects return signal when I plug the signal generator into the effects return jack. And I think it's either Q5, which is a shunt to ground. Sorry, no, Q17, which is a shunt to ground, or Q501, which is a series FET, like in series with the signal. They are receiving the same yet opposite polarity control signal. So the ground one is receiving the opposite polarity to the series one, obviously, because when the series one switched on, we want the ground one to be switched off. And when the series one switched off, we want the ground one to be switched on, so it shunts all the signal to ground, quietest possible operation. So one of them has failed. I'm suspecting Q17, which is the one to ground. But what we might do is remove Q17 and jumper out Q501, and we should have signal restored from that point forwards. As for the signal not being detectable at the effects loop send, that was thanks to this valve failing. One triode in that, not conducting at all. However, I do have a feeling that was only used for the overdrive channel, so that doesn't explain why we had no signal on the other channel. However, without a schematic, it's all sort of guesswork a bit. The signal may have been going through that as well. In addition to that, we also have a failing 6L6 GCM STR premium super ultra selected mega awesome red bass from Tube Amp Doctor. And there goes my camera. So it's a bit sad that an amplifier this new requires this level of repair due to shitty components and shitty design, but it does. So let's power it off. Did you hear that then? A little bit of signal. I just realised the Motu is cranked, so you've been getting shitty background noise. Let's just make sure that's discharged before we go poking about. It's probably still discharging. We're at 5.5 volts. Just check directly on the plates. We've still got standby switch on. We've got 5 volts there. I've gone through a few of those red base 6v6s. Yeah, they're utter dog shit, man. Just don't use them. They're fucking crap. And with how deceptive they were trying to be and how evasive about there actually being a problem, I don't trust anything they do anymore. You act like that, you've lost your credibility. Simple as that. Try and say that no one else has been having any problems. My fucking ass, they haven't been having any problems, mate. You're just bullshitting, trying to claim it's not an issue to save face. And you should know now. It's 2025. All us techs are in touch with each other, mate. You should know that we're We're a bit ahead of you on that curb. Alright, 0.2 ohms to that one. So yeah, Q17 is a shunt to ground, and it's measuring 54 ohms to ground, and that's with the amp powered off. And Q501 is measuring 23 ohms. So let's remove Q17. I'll get the hot tweezers out for this, a bit quicker and easier. Got these buggers. Hakko 950. I don't think I've ever pulled these out on stream before. Maybe very early on. I've had them for a nigh on fucking 10 years now. I only used them a couple of dozen times. Normally just use chip removal solder, but it's pretty expensive, that shit. Just a bit of wire brushing. Get rid of the schmoo. Yeah, I got these in the heater unit for like $100. Instead of these new, you can still get them as a spare part. They go for about $600-700. Bargain. Right. Are we heating? Yes, we are. Yeah, Mendant Mark's got some cool toys. Could I be running my 6v6s too hot if I've gone through a lot of them? Well, if you've gone through tube amp doctors, it could be your amp that's having an issue, but I'd say even if your amp was in perfect health, don't be trusting tube amp doctor valves for anything. Out she comes. Just sit that component there for now. While we're at it, we'll remove, just grab a bit of flux, remove Q501. Just sit them in their orientation. The liquid flux will hold them there for now. I zoomed out, sorry champions, you didn't get to see the magic. Oh, look at that zoom lens. Damn. Alright, so we've removed Q501 and Q17. So what I'll do is just put a little shunt from Q501 across those two contacts, which is the signal. And we should have, champions, we should have signal returned after that. Might get some thumping when we change channels because this feels wrong to use big bus roll. I'll grab a bit of Kynar. We might have a bit of a thump when we change channels. So we've lost our muting functionality. Where's my Kynar wire? Ah, there it is. Where's the situation where you put something where it's safe? And then you can't find it safe from everyone, including yourself. Oh, they see that's where the penny boy falls over. Oh no, it's come back. Ah, shaky hands. Need something to eat. Haven't had breakfast or lunch yet. Still running off last night's cheeseburger. Bees Churger. You seen that? They make cheeseburgers with 2 meat patties and then the bun in the middle. They call it a bees churger. Alright, so you can see there we've got our little shunt installed. Little jumper there. Normally it would break the signal there, and then this one would shunt it to ground, because that's a ground trace there, and that's your signal line. So we should, by all rights, have signal now. Let's find out if my hypothesis is correct. Let's turn down the master first so we don't scare the fuck out of ourselves. 1, 2, volume 1, 2. I don't know. Gain 1, 2. Oh, okay, I'll get it. The channel. Okay, so that's gain, gain, volume, volume, and then boost volume. Right. So it's not arranged into channels. You've got gain for channel 1, gain for channel 2 over here, then a noise gate, then 3 band EQ, then you got master for 1, master for 2 over here, and a boost. Okay, I understand now. Ready for the smoke to come out? We got signal. Channel 2. There we go. We're running off impedance a bit because we've got the outer 2. Let's just change that to 8 ohms. And we're running 16. So that should be an impedance match again now, even though we've got 2 valves removed. Let's have a listen. Just mute my mic. I haven't played for ages, champion, so I'm going to be rusty. Need practice for my right arm on that one. I need to jack off more, eh? Need to stop putting out so much so I jack off more so I get more down picking experience.
Well, I am away 2 nights a week. So you've got ample opportunity.
Alright, we know what we've got to do to this. So just to answer your question there, Mycosis. Thanks for the pronunciation in the brackets there. Now I have to figure out why the muting circuit was active. Well, it wasn't active. You've got shorted FETs because if one was active, the other one would have been off. And if that one was active, the other one would have been off because they're supposed to be receiving, well, they are receiving the opposite control signal. So if I measure that voltage on the gate, those 2 FETs, or where they were, let's zoom back in, we're powered up, so I'll be careful. You got a question there, woman?
Now measure your fits.
Measure my FETs. So you know the terminology. On the gate, that one we've got -15. On the gate of that one, it should be off. Then we change channels. It's the same. So with the scope, I'll see if it gets a pulse when we change channels, which is what you would expect. Oh, we're in DC mode, let's change to AC. Okay, that's weird. We've got a really weird waveform on that gate there. No? Is that my scope doing weird shit? Hang on. Oh no, yeah. No, yeah, no. Okay, something really weird's happening there. We've got a strange signal riding on that DC. It's fluctuating. So yeah, it could be a control issue. And I don't know what is supposed to be, what they're there for. Is it when you go into standby? No. It's not when you change channels. So what are they there for? Mute? Power amp mute. Aha! That's what they're there for. There's a power amp mute button on the back. And it's controlling those FETs. Let me just measure the voltage. On the gates. Yeah, okay. So they're changing states when you hit the mute button on the back. So the control circuitry is working fine. It's the FETs themselves that have failed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That they're running an opposite. Oh, you're answering someone else. Okay, yeah, sorry. So the FETs are still sitting here. Let's measure their resistance. One of them is 23 ohms. And the other one is 56 ohms. Let's just make sure it's turned off. It's still 56 ohms. So two short of FETs. Just remove them. Stick them to a bit of tape. I can read the code off them. If I can't find the schematic, I can reverse engineer off the code what type they are. I can ask the customer if he ever uses that switch. If he doesn't, we can leave them out and just put a sticker on the back saying switch disconnected or whatever. I don't know why you'd really use it unless you're using the line out, but line out sounds shit. Speaker emulated output. I mean, in the days of like modeling, wouldn't you just do that? So was a mute button on? No, mate. What I was saying is, well, for starters, I've shown that both of them were always on all the time, and just measuring them out of circuit, they were both shorted. They're like 20 ohms. One was 50 ohms. So yeah, they should have been in alternating states from each other when the button was switched. So, yeah. Thought that, not familiar with typical Fender switching circuits. Anyway, know what to do with this one. So, what time is it? 15:30. 3:30. What's doing? What next? Just work your way down the electrolytic capacitors. Just remember they go in one way only. You did the last lot, didn't you?
It's been a while.
The same deal. You got to cut them off the leads, off the tape. And then the little ones as well. So C12 and 47. C12. See, it's got the minus.
Yep, the white goes in the minus.
Yeah, and this is the tiny little plus symbol. See that?
Yep.
And on the bigger one, you can see the plus symbol. So that's the opposite to the minus. There you go. And repeat. So it was probably only the one to ground that was shorted. Well, they've both measured shorted then. But just trying to hypothesize what would have caused them to fail, but often they just fail. Don't know, champions. If they're around something that's exposed to the outside world, like the effects loop, I often think it's reasonable to assign like static discharge to attribute their failure. But when they fail in the middle of the amp, I don't know. Could just be a spike in the power or something. Could just be anyone's guess. Got creeping death in my head now. Well, champions, I might leave it here. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I think that's fair. I'm starting to get hangry. It's going to hold off till dinner, but that's too long. So I might leave it here. Yous are all probably looking towards going to bed anyway. Jesus. It's scary. So, yeah, enjoy yourself. Have a good Sunday for the people in the States. And enjoy working tomorrow, people from Australia. Sunday afternoon, and it's shock realisation that you're going to have to work in 12 hours. Bless her. No, I don't do that because I'm an atheist. Can't eat, you can't shit, and if you can't shit, you die. My dad used to say that. I don't know where that came from. It's definitely an Aussie thing. I'd love to say I'll go for a beer, but not even halfway yet, champions. But thank you very much for the donations today, legends. If you guys want to donate, let me just drop that link again and guilt you into it. Not trichloroethane. Copy link. There you go. Donation link for Dry July. You can laugh at me not being able to have a beer or whiskey. It is a bit annoying. The other thing you can't do, champions, is people keep going to cheers me with a non-alcoholic drink. You're not supposed to. That's bad luck. Bad luck to raise a glass when it's not alcoholic. Anyway, I haven't seen Ted today. I hope he's alright. I just wanted to thank him because he sent me a mad little tool. I did say it on the last live stream, but I made that private because it was basically just a camera test. Brad, Sandclow's little wire cutter gift. These appear to be Excelta model 9231E pliers that were sold for 99 cents each with free shipping from a commercial eBay seller. Since this model is $92.52 from DigiKey, I assumed it was a typo and ordered two. They ended up selling 99 of these in total and I only needed one. It only took $22 to send a pair to you. Thanks for all you do, and I hope you get good use out of these. Best regards, Ted Mick. You've seen him in the chat. So, the little cutters. Here they are. Handy little chooches they are. Oh, look at them. They're so cute. They definitely look to be the real deal. You can see the nice laser etching there. 9231E USA Excelta. Tiny things, but the machining looks really nice, and they don't look like fakes. You can see the blade and basically almost disappears there. The cutting surface when you close it. But yeah, I needed these like the week before he sent them. He just sent them out of the blue. Because there was two capacitors like filter caps with a component right between them, and my normal ones didn't fit. Because you compare the size of the normal ones I got. Where are they? So these are the engineer. See them? They look like big unwieldy things by comparison. These are my go-to pretty much for everything. Made in Japan. Japanese tools are fantastic. But yeah, I didn't have enough room to get in between these two caps, whereas these would have come in handy perfectly for that. So, yeah, they look like the real deal. 99 cents. Well spotted, Ted. It's a little bit like how I'm on Dry July, but it doesn't mean I don't still look at the whiskey aisle at the bottle shop, because maybe on Dry July, but fucked if I'm missing out on a bargain. But yes, thank you very much for them, Ted. And I wish you were here for me to thank you not in person. You know what I mean. Alright, champions, I'll leave you to it. Take it easy. See you on the next one. And keep an eye, if you haven't already, if you're not a member, keep an eye on Rift amplification. Go over and say g'day to Chris. His next video might be interesting to you. So until then, if you can't be good at it. Or at least mediocre, like me.